Good evening, everybody. Welcome on in. It is Friday night, my friends. Welcome, Tech. I see you over there. Thanks for lurking. Yeah, just trying to. Sorry, I was here trying to wrap my brain around where I was and what I was doing. Because it's been a couple weeks since we've been looking at the Magenta Breeze stuff. And it looks like I was in the middle of starting to put roles in. What was I even doing? I was doing initial channel roles. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at, this is why I'm so confused. I'm looking at the wrong workspace. This is channel roles. That was that was Hex. That's the streaming thing I was doing. I was like, why am I working on channel roles? I was so confused there. Magenta Brain, Breeze workspace. That's what I want. Oof. I'm like, wait, I don't remember being in the middle of this. I'm like, what am I looking at? There we go. That looks a little bit better. This is the problem with having so many projects going at the same time, is you get discombobulated. Now, speaking of which, I think first of all, let's go and see if there's any pull requests here. There are. Font Awesome updated, Liquid Base updated, Twitch. I'm gonna keep Twitch for J where it's at right now. It looks like they have a new version, but we were having problems with that one version. I don't know if they fixed whatever the problem I was having, but I'm gonna hold on to that thought for a little bit. Hikari and Kotlin is updated. I think Twitch for J is what's using Kotlin, so I think I'm going to keep that back as well. And we'll just go to 6.2 Spring Framework and Font Awesome. Font Awesome should be pretty safe. So let's do that. I'm gonna turn this down just a tiny bit. It feels like it's really loud here. Anyway, while I do this, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. Oh, I'm not signed in. 1 second here. Let me sign in. It's like, why don't I have any buttons? Put my authentication code in. Go. All right. I should be logged in now. Let's bring that back up. Cool. Okay. Now we can do the do. Let's do that. And here we go. Merge pull requests. All right. And then liquid base we can do. It's good. And Spring Framework will update. Good stuff. And Kari is our thread pool. Or well, connection pool. That's the CP part of it. It's connection pool. All right, and then these other two I'm gonna leave where they're at for now. Look at them later, but right now I don't want to deal with them being broken. If they are, let's come over here to the main project. Let's see. Okay, check style and faker are updated. That should be a no-brainer. Go. Okay. Cool. Cool. So all that is good. Oh, there's a security issue here? What's the security issue? Implicit narrowing conversion in compound assignments. Compound assignment statements, narrowing conversion type X is narrower than type of Y. Casting an int to a byte. It's not. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. It's yeah. I'm just gonna mark that as won't fix. In that particular one, okay, that's fine. Because in that case, it's just a random. It's a valid security concern, but in this case, all it's doing is it's constrained. It's constrained to a certain range of bytes, and it's only used for. It's not used in a thing that's we need to worry about the security on. So that's fine. I don't have any security things over here, do I? Nope. That's good. That's good. Okay. So should be able to bring down the latest. So let's pull that. Thank you. And we'll pull this. And then let me just make sure that everything is still running. So let's do a clean build. It is progressing right now. Is this editor big enough here? What do I have to do? Is it Alt plus? What is the zoom? I gotta remember that I'm in a larger resolution now, so I gotta make things a little bit bigger. How's the zoom? Oh, there is no zoom in? Okay. Where? But there's a zoom out. That's strange. Alright. We'll zoom that just a little bit more so it's a little bit easier to see. And let's see if I can little bit further, and we can pull this back a little bit now too. So we've got even more space for activities. All right, so that does things. So we'll do clean the work directory and then do clean publish. Start. Whoops. That's not what I want to do. Start this puppy up. There we go. Cool. So I should be able to. Yep, homepage is working. Very good. Very good. Okay, so I had a kind of an epiphany, but kind of not at the same time. I don't know if it qualifies as an epiphany. It qualifies more as a something is causing me pain, thus I now want to do something about it. It's not really causing me that much pain, but it's just like one of the reasons I'm making this bot is, well, the biggest reason I'm making this bot is because I want to use it myself. And so I'm putting stuff in it that I use all the time kind of first, with the hope that I'm not alone in wanting to use this stuff. Because I think a lot of the things that cause me angst probably cause a lot of streamers angst. And I was thinking, so one of the things I've done recently, since the last time we've been doing anything with Magenta Breeze here, is I decided that I was tired of Restream.io really not, it kind of just causing crappy streams. It's not necessarily their fault that they're crappy. It's more like they're in the business of making money, and to really do a good stream, you really need to pay them for transcoding. And so that's what it comes down to. And I was already paying them like $400 a year to do, restream with custom, endpoints and stuff like that. And it felt like I wasn't getting value out of it, given what I wanted to do. My big thing that I wanted to do was to improve the YouTube streams, because I feel like I'm not necessarily making YouTube my primary streaming site, although it is the one that I link to in my live tweets and stuff, going live tweets. But I definitely want to make the quality over there better, because I have a feeling YouTube's been kind of sleeping on the streaming stuff quite a bit. And now with recent goings on, with like TikTok and all that stuff, YouTube's always been pretty popular in the US anyway, and I think it's going to get even more so as people turn to it to get their shorts and stuff like that, the TikTok like things that they like. YouTube's been kind of quietly making changes here and there. I still think their interface is clunky as a mother humper, but it can be powerful. It's just annoying as hell, and really could use a good streamlining. So to that end, I was doing some research. One of the things that was bothering me a lot was that my streams on Twitch were actually looking better than my stream on YouTube, which annoyed me to no end, because I'm like, YouTube, like, Google has been doing this for so long now. Like, they have regular, like, the encoding is, why is it worse there than it is on Twitch? Like, it doesn't make any freaking sense. And it turns out that at some point along the way, YouTube started to prioritize 1440p stuff. And so some of the better encoders, like the VP9 and stuff like that, they restrict to 1440p content or above, 4K and 1440p and all that stuff. And so my streaming at 1080p, no matter which way I tweaked it, was never going to look good. Or was never going to look as good as... why is that? Just go away. Please. Okay. Was never going to look as good as it did on Twitch, because Twitch 1080p 60 is right now their limit, although they are rolling out the enhanced RTMP nonsense to partners, but not to anybody else, because, God forbid you treat all of your streamers the same, God forbid you'd even out the playing field. So I was left with a dilemma, which was, I can do 1440p now that I have a 1440p monitor. But how do I do 1440p 60 on YouTube while still doing 1080p 60 on Twitch? Also, the bit rates are different. The bit rate recommended by YouTube for 1440p 60 is above 10 megabytes or 10 megabits per second or above. I think it's like 10 is like the minimum, and they kind of recommend like closer to 20 or 30. I am a little bit limited. I tried doing 20 and it worked for most things, but there are a couple things that have a lot of high action, a couple games that have a lot of crap going on, and it was causing the stream to go unstable, because I'm not transcoding using the GPU, and I've been struggling to get that to work. Despite all my attempts, I haven't yet been able to do that. So it's been, I've been using just the CPU to do the transcoding from the YouTube stream to the Twitch stream and whatnot. So basically that was my big problem. So I said, okay, I'm gonna, I've been looking at this for a while. You get, like, with the plan that I was on Restream, you get like 10 hours of transcoding included, and then after that you pay, I forget what it is, but it's not cheap, over and above, your normal, like, whatever you're paying. And of course I stream a hell of a lot more than 10 hours a month, so that wasn't going to fly. So I said, all right, I will fire up a server locally on my streaming box, and I will have it do restreaming to the various things directly. And what I did was, I'm running Windows 11 on my streaming PC. So I installed Windows subsystem for Linux, put Ubuntu on it, and put Nginx on it as the server. And then eventually I've put stunnel on there as well, but just for other purposes. But Nginx is really the workhorse right now. And I put, FFmpeg on there. Now, the one nice thing about Windows Subsystem for Linux is that it works actually surprisingly well. Like it can see my GPU and stuff. However, FFmpeg is, I haven't found the right combination of commands to FFmpeg to get the GPU to actually work properly. And trying to ask, you know, AILMs for an answer hasn't been working out. Trying to search the internet hasn't been working out. So it's just been kind of a weird situation there. So suffice to say, I've been using X264 to do the encoding, which is CPU bound. But basically, I've got Nginx set up to where I've got OBS connecting to that server, to a local server. Nginx will then push that directly out to YouTube as is without altering it. So I'm streaming at 1440, 60 through OBS. And then it also pushes it internally to its own endpoint, which then calls FFmpeg and transcodes it from 1440p 60 at, I think I'm doing 10 megabits right now, or 12. I'm doing 12 megabits, I think. No, I'm doing 10. Okay, 10 megabits, and then it transcodes that down to 1080p 60 with at 5500 for Twitch, and also I'm streaming to Moonbeam as well with that. Moonbeam uses, interesting enough, Moonbeam is on, it looks like is on Amazon IVS, so basically streaming to Twitch twice over, essentially. But they are using, just like Kick, they are using RTMP Secure, RTMP-S, which Nginx, for some god-awful reason, doesn't understand. So I have to use a secure tunnel to basically, I send the RTMP back to myself, and then it sends it back out through the secure tunnel to the RTMP-S endpoint. But that so far has been working out a lot better. The YouTube streams are looking a lot better. I would like to push the bitrate up higher. And I definitely can do it. The problem is that, like I said, depending on what kind of game I'm playing, sometimes it will overload the encoder because it's all CPU bound. So I'm hoping if I can figure out the right combination of getting it to run on the GPU, that I'll be able to maybe mitigate that and push it up a little bit higher. So I realize that was a long-winded discussion there. Basically, what it boils down to is all that's working all right. But I thought to myself, it would be kind of nice, in OBS you can select whip as the connection, so you can do basically stream to a whip endpoint. And I thought maybe it would be interesting if I could, as part of Magenta Breeze bot here, have restreaming capabilities, because I can't think of any other bots other than maybe like Lightstream or something like that, which are, I don't know if you'd call them bots. They're more like entire services unto themselves. I don't think there's any standalone desktop app that does this, and does the overlays and the chat bot and all that stuff. There are things that do it individually, like there's Broadcast Box and things like that, but not all at once, I don't think. And so I thought this would be a good distinguishing feature if I can somehow get it to work, which I've never tried anything like this before, so this will be a thing. The upside of this is if I do manage to get this to work, I could probably use a lot of this code in the Hex projects, which was one of the big things that was big sticking points for me, was having an ingest server to do, to bring to have people be able to stream to the server. And I mean, if I can establish a WIP endpoint, which OBS knows how to talk to, I mean, basically you're doing WebRTC at that point. I'm pretty sure WIP is part of WebRTC. I might be getting all those things confused because, again, this is my first time really digging into a lot of that stuff. But I think that's all considered part of WebRTC, and that would be, this would work out pretty well if I can figure that out. What I have done off camera is I've looked around to see if there. Now, the big part of that is I would rather not, for the bot at least, I would rather not do transcoding myself, because it's very complicated, and I don't think there's not a lot that I can do with it directly, because I would have to be able to communicate with, especially if we were talking like in a server context, I'd have to be able to communicate with either it'd be CPU bound, or more likely I'd have to try to communicate with the GPU. And I highly doubt that there's any Java program out there that communicates directly with the GPU. I mean, obviously, I'm doing game dev stuff, and that technically does use a GPU, but it's calling OpenGL drivers and like low-level C drivers to do that stuff. So if I really wanted to do that stuff, I would have to probably write a C driver, or I would have to more likely I'd have to take the NVIDIA driver, and I'd have to take like an ATI driver and write a JNI wrapper around them. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility, but it's certainly not something for the faint of heart either. So my thought on that was, rather than go on such a deep dive like that, we have a program out there that is really, really good at all this stuff, and it's FFmpeg. And it's got a Windows version, it's got a Linux version, it even, I believe, has a Mac version. So, and it does a really good job, and it also can utilize the GPU for operations if it's available. So I looked around to see if I could find a Java library that wraps FFmpeg. There are apparently a few that do it from different levels, like some of them just run it from the command line, and others actually wrap the binary, library code itself. And I think of all those, I think FFmpeg4j is one that I've looked at briefly before when I was doing the Hex project, and it's one that I think will be appropriate for this, because I think it wraps the binary. It doesn't wrap it wraps the library, the FFmpeg library, I think, and not the binary per se. So I'm not calling it from a command line. I'm calling its functions more directly, which I think is in the long term is probably a better thing, because I'm going to want to spin up different threads and all that stuff, and I'm going to want to have some control over those threads. And I think being able to call it at more of a low level is probably a good thing in that regard. So my plan is to see if I can write a controller here that will accept a whip connection from OBS, take that inbound data, send it to FFmpeg, and have it transcode it to an output. And FFmpeg, one of the nice things about it is the output can either be a file on the file system, or you can specify a URL. So like an RTMP address, RTMPS address, HTTP address, whatever. So it can actually handle the communicating with the real server, I guess, communicating with the Twitch server or communicating with the YouTube server or something like that. And I don't have to do anything theoretically in regards to that. So I want to investigate this to see what I can do. Out of the gate, I'm just going to have it generate a file on the file system. Theoretically, if I get that working, it's probably trivial to get it to send to a real endpoint. We'll see. We'll see. I won't be able to test that on stream, obviously, because the stream's already connected. However, like off stream, if I get it in place off stream, I'll be able to maybe do it. Although I do have now that I think about it, I do have a Magenta Breeze user account on Twitch. So I could actually use that to stream to Twitch, and I can stream with the broadcast test equals true parameter, which means it'll go to Twitch, but it won't actually go live on Twitch. And then you can use Twitch Inspector to see if it's like if your stream is stable and all that stuff, which I've been using a lot of lately when getting the restream stuff working. I'll just send it to like broadcast tests, and it will it gives you like a graph to show you like what bit rate are you stable, and all the different like parameters are 1080p, 60, and all that stuff, which is really good. So that's kind of my idea. I'm going to be probably utilizing a bunch of AI to try and help me write this endpoint, since I've never done it before. Obviously, I'm going to write the endpoint myself, but I am going to definitely be picking Copilot's brain here to see what steps I need to take. So I think first of all, given that, let's go do a new conversation here. And I want to say, so before I do that, I want to make sure whip stream. Yeah, so whip is WebRTC. Cool. I thought it was, but okay. WIP or WebRTC HTTP ingestion protocol is a standardized protocol that improves live streaming by reducing latency and making video delivery more secure and scalable. Okay, so what I want to see is actually, is there a WIP Java library? Wipser CPP Java. Java JNI bindings for Whisper. What the frick? Simple whip client based on GStreamer. Yeah. Benefits of whip. This is just giving me an overview of it. It's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I figured out. Was it going to be a thing? So, it's, but at least I'm speaking the right lingity here. So I want Copilots. I would like to create a Spring controller that does the Spring controller and service layer that forms the following tasks. One, accepts a WebRTC whip stream from a third party application such as OBS Studio. 2, transcodes that incoming stream using the FFmpeg 4J library. Oh, crap. Well, I'll let you do those two. Alright, what do we got here? Find an endpoint to accept the WebRTC whip stream. So I wasn't quite finished here. Let me copy that. Let's do this again. I want it fresh here because I find that if I build upon an answer or build upon a previous answer, sometimes it goes off the deep end and gives me just weird stuff. Can output the resulting transcoded stream via FFmpeg 4J to some set of URLs or will use multiple threads to handle the transcoding to various endpoints. 5. Okay, I gotta put my glasses on. Yeah. I must be getting old because now I can't read my own typing here. Oh, that's a little bit better. I guess I'm gonna have to go. My eyes have not changed for over a decade, and I'm thinking maybe I gotta go get them checked again. Um, 5. Let me think. So let me see. Can handle the various stream commands like start, stop stream from on the yeah, I'll just say that. I'll just say, please be as detailed in the example as possible. Okay. So the controller, it's got just 2 endpoints, start and stop, which I don't think is how that works. I mean, maybe it works that way. I don't know. I'll have to ask it, but sure. Start and stop. It's got start taking a multi-part file. I don't know that that's correct. Generate stream ID. Okay. Active streams. Okay. It's doing that to do the thread cache pool. Okay. Start stream, multi-part file, generate stream ID, transcode streamed file. Convert multi-part file to file. Path to FFmpeg. What are you doing here? That's not the correct thing. FFmpeg 4J. There we go. Let's go back to that. Please rewrite your example using the library, the ffmpeg for J library at this Maven coordinates. It's still. I don't know why it's bringing a multi-part file, but okay. I would think it would just bring a raw input stream. You know, like there's no reason to handle it like a multi-part file, I would think. But let's just look here, because it's converting it to a regular file. ffmpeg builder. What is... Oh, I had this problem once before. It's using an older version of this, isn't it? Copy that. Please rewrite the above example using the correct version of the library as given by these Maven coordinates. Still not doing it right. It's stripping out the XML, which is not what I want here. Oops. Please rewrite the example. Using version of the library. No, it's still... I don't think it's... This is not the answer I was getting when I use it. Copilot online here. So let's do that. Let's go to your repositories. Let's go here. Let's go chat with Copilot. So this one is indexed here. So let's go and do the same question. Put that in there. See what it says here. Okay, what did it give me? Create the necessary components for your Spring application. Create the controller and service layer. Alright, so still got start stream and stop stream. Which I'm not sure if that's correct or not. It's doing... I don't know why it's doing multi-part file, but okay. Stream service, writing and output handling, executor service, submit. Okay. Let me see, it's using the wrong FFmpeg again. That, go here. Okay, create a new controller class, handle the incoming whip stream. It's doing file get input stream. Why wouldn't you just use input stream? Please. Well, can the controller be please rewrite the example to use the input stream directly from the servlet requests. I had a problem there somewhere. An error occurred when finding stream controller Java, the stream service. Okay, yeah, that's fine. There we go. Now you're using the requests get input stream, which makes a hell of a lot more sense. then converting it to, then having a multi-part file, or then, I don't know. Anyway. So transcoder, FFmpeg transcode, add input stream, add output URL, set format FLV. Okay. Okay. Current task is done. Cancel, stop stream. So that's great. So, okay. I'm still concerned that there's a start endpoint and a stop endpoint. And as far as I know in OBS, you can only give it one endpoint. So I don't know if those are standard width endpoints. So, are the slash start and stop end points standard for the whip protocol? Or is the start stop event sent as payload to a single endpoint? The WIP WebRTC HTTP ingestion protocol typically uses a single endpoint for stream management, where start and stop events are sent as a payload with an HTTP request. Okay, then why didn't you center yourself? So given that start and stop in events are sent as a payload to a single endpoint, please rewrite the stream controller example above. Example given above to handle WebRTC HTTP ingestion protocol events proper. Okay, so what did you give me here? So, okay, we're getting closer. So post mapping. So request mapping was WIP, okay. Post mapping, I guess that they're mapping just to slash, which it doesn't have to be that, but okay. So they're saying string action request get header x dash action. Okay. If start is the action, then start stream is stop of the action, then stop stream, otherwise invalid. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So whip x action header. say whip headers. Here. Oh, protocol operation. Authentication authorization. May require HTTP request to be authenticated with a bear token. I don't want that. WIP clients must implement this authentication. Oh, that's for the client, but okay. I don't need to do that. Scalable protocol extensions. Net support. I don't even really need to, I don't think I even need to do like ICE or anything like that, because you're going to have your own server that's going to be available, and I don't need to do like load balancing and all that stuff, because it's just going to be one endpoint. And again, it's running on your local machine, so it's going to be available. Like even like the stun and turn server configuration stuff, I think I can just give a dummy one. It's not helping me. Why is it so hard to find accurate IP? Remote. What is this? I don't think that's the right thing. Try it. Web, RTC, HTTP, ingestion protocol, header list. Let me see something. Java Spring Controller. What is this? WebSocket thing. Spring Boot integrates WebSocket to implement WebRTC. Yeah, that's why I was thinking that I might need to do WebSockets for it, but let's see. Full duplex communication. Don't want to use Spring Boot for it though. I can help it. That said, I've already got sockets set up, I think, for the chat stuff. So, well, it's not really a socket for chat, but yeah. Path variable. So just doing a model in view. RTC plus WebSockets. What are you doing? Server endpoint. Open on close. On error on message. Okay, so they're bringing in, so yeah, it's more complicated. I figured it was more complicated than it was letting on to be. But that said, that said, I'm wondering. No, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably have to do something for it because there has to be an exchange of information before OBS is going to send me the data. Because I was thinking to myself, like, what if I just passed it directly on FFmpeg? But I don't think FFmpeg will handle that because there has to be like an exchange of data beforehand. It just wants a raw stream coming in. Enable WebSockets. JavaX WebSocket. Interesting. I wonder why they're directly using JavaX WebSocket stuff. Is that just for the annotations? It must be, because they've got Spring up here. On message. Hang up, call start, call back. Offer answer. Ice candidate. Wait, what is this doing? So on message, sending a message. Or is it receiving a message? That's what I'm wondering here. It looks like it's receiving a message. Right? Where's the object mapper? Object mapper. Mapper configure. Yeah, mapper read value. Message. Hash map. So everything comes in as a hash map? I guess that makes sense. Although, is that really true? So it all comes in as a hash map? Because it would be better if it came in as an object, right? You just made an object that had all this stuff in it and just said, here, parse this. But I mean, if that's part of the protocol, that's part of the protocol. I can't fault them for doing that if they have to do it that way. You know what? Let's ask Copilot. What is give me an example of a whip start stream JSON message. Okay. It includes information about the stream, such as the action to perform and the stream details. Here's an example. Action start, stream, ID, URL, format, bitrate, resolution. Is the above message sent by the client wishing to connect to the server, or does the server send a message back to the client? The above whip start stream JSON messages sent by the client wishing to connect to the server. Okay. Fair enough. Is the client is the whip client expecting a web socket connection from the server? No, client typically uses HTTP for signaling and does not expect a WebSocket connection from the server. The communication is done via standard HTTP requests and responses. Okay, that makes it easier. Given that, what would a whip client send? Client message look like? If it contained if it contained stream data. No, I get it. You start a stream, yeah. Okay, well, so you already told me this. I got that part. How does this server acknowledge that it is ready to receive stream data? Yes. By responding to the client's initial HTTP request with success status code 200 OK and any necessary information or instructions for a client to proceed with sending the stream data. This response may include details such as the endpoint URL where the stream data should be sent and any required headers or parameters. Okay. Can you give me an example of that exchange? Okay, so there's the start stream request. Okay, and then the server responds with 200 OK, JSON status ready, and then what endpoint to send the stream to. Okay, that's fair. Indicating it's ready to receive the stream data and provides a stream endpoint URL where the client should send the stream data. Okay. Is the stream endpoint above a TCP connection? No, the stream endpoint in example above is an RTMP URL. The connection to this endpoint would be established using RTMP protocol over... No, oh, well, shit. Yes, okay, you got me there. You got me there, Copilot. You trapped me. Because you gave me an endpoint that was RTMP, but that's not... not what I was... It's not... Congratulations, you got me to slap my forehead here. What is the typical...
I was able to defend my homeland. It's a familiar sensation.
Protocol that a whip stream endpoint would accept.
How about we skip the introductions and get right to it, okay?
This involves sending media streams over RTP, real-time transport protocol, and managing signaling through HTTP. Okay. Fair. Okay. So given that RTP is the typical protocol, can you rewrite the example exchange above to correspond with the RTP protocol. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this is where stun and turn comes in. Okay, I'm like, I know at some point these things have to happen. I'm just trying to extract the information from Copilot here. Okay, so stream endpoint in this one is webrtc colon example.com slash blah blah blah. The stun URL is there. The turn URL is there. Port 3478. I assume it can be any port whatsoever, which is what it's going to have to be in this case. Username, credential. Okay, is ready to receive the stream data and provides WebRTC endpoint URL and necessary ICE server details for establishing the RTP connection. I'm assuming username is not, well, username might be required, but I'm assuming credential, let me see, what are the possible values for credential, if I could spell it right, credential, and is username required? Username is required. Oh, credential is the password. I thought credential was like an enumeration, but it's not. It's the actual password. The username is typically required and is used along with credential to authenticate. Is credential required? Yes, it's required. Okay, fine. But I assume it can be anything. I mean, I'm the one determining what it should be, so yeah, I guess it could be anything. Or should I say, like, always the same thing, I guess. Because I suppose in, let me see, I have OBS on here, don't I? Yeah. So if I look at settings, output, no, stream, and I say show all, and I say, where are you at? Oh. Does it not have it on here? Oh, you know what? I might be on an old version. Live push, live stream. Uscreen. I was going to say Ustream is still around. That's old school. Let me see here. Help. Yeah. About. I wonder if it 3.2. 3.2 is not that old. Voice notes. Yeah, because we're at 31. 31 just came out. So it's pretty up to date. Can you not do OBS Studio whip stream Linux? What does this say? WebRTC whip support is currently missing from Linux builds. Hey, hey Tech. I'm just I'm just trying to I'm trying to add WebRTC support to my streamer bot so that I can do multi-streaming from the streamer bot. And I'm trying to see if there is WebRTC support. Like, I know there's WebRTC support in OBS on Windows because I've seen it, but it looks like they don't have it on Linux yet. Unless, I mean, it says there's a flat pack that has all the features enabled. So maybe I have to pull from the flat pack to do it, because I don't see it in here. Unless I'm just super blind. It's not custom. It was a separate it was a separate selection, I believe. Let me see. I can look on PC up here. Settings. Stream. Oh, I can't drop down the stream while I'm streaming. I guess that makes sense. Do I still have OBS on my other PC here? I think I do. One second. I do have it over here. Let's see. I mean, this is going to be a really old version of OBS, but I might be able to download the new version here. If it ever loads. Oh yeah, this is OBS 29. Let's see. Okay. Check for updates. Update now. Boom. Let's see what I can see here. Launch OBS. Stream and Oh god, I still had I still had Mixer.com FTL on this OBS on my gaming machine. Wow. That takes me back. Yeah, see it says it would help if I showed you guys what I'm looking at. So over here, Mixer.com FTL. Yeah, see they've got whip. That's fine. Okay. So they've got, okay, so when you select whip, you've got your server, and then you have to do a bearer token. Right. So I have to implement the bearer token stuff. FlatHub has the latest version for Linux. Okay. Yeah, there was I think they were saying there was a Flatpak for it. I mean, I had the latest version for Linux, but it apparently doesn't have all the stuff turned on. So let me see here. Let me go back to this. Whoops. Back to this guy on my screen. And all right, so we'll exit this. Do I have FlatHub? OBS Studio. All right. Yes. Wait. Wait, what? Info or KDE platform 6.6's end of life. Okay. Moving to the latest stable version of platform and SDK. Well, whatever. Install, update. Desktop key. What am I looking at here? Dbus access. System dbus access. Free desktop. Okay. System installation. Well, all right. It's platform GL. Mappy Intel Open H264 GTK3 KE platform locale KE platform 6.6. What the frick is it trying to do? May need to compile one from source to get the full versions. Yeah, it's looking like that because I don't want this to update KDE on me. I don't know if anything's going to work at all if I do that. Honestly surprised. See, even like OBS is like, here, you can download it on FlatHub. And there's a PPA for Ubuntu 22.04 and newer. 22.04 via the official PPA. All right, let's try that. Although I feel like I've done that, but let's just see. Yep. Sudo apps update. And sudo apt install ffmpeg and then OBS Studio. I think I already have ffmpeg, so I just need OBS Studio. Sudo apt. Install OBS Studio. It's already the newest version. So Debian based. GT6 dependencies, plugin dependencies. Okay. All the browser support, you need to download the pre-built OBS browser, Ceph framework, switch to directory we'll have OBS checked out into, configuring the builds, common build options. Distro specific build options. Enable new MPEG TS output false. librist dev is not available on 2204. So SRT output requires that. Am I on? Why am I even on? Less issue. Yeah, I'm on 2204.5. So that's interesting. So SRT stuff doesn't work on Linux right now? That's interesting. Did not know that. Is Ubuntu... you think in Wayland it does? Okay. For default Ubuntu preset, if you figured it to run as portable to the OBS directory, alright. But, nvenc, enable ffmpeg, nvenc. Enable browser true. Ceph framework portable. Okay, OBS browser. Is recommended you configure your build to run in portable mode. The intricacies of which folder to install to for system install or how to create a package for a given manager vary from distro to distro and are outside the scope of this guide. Okay. Huh. SRT, someone said, does kind of work for some things, but it's hit or miss mess. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, preset in order to easily change options you need. Create a CMake user presets JSON file specifying your custom preset in it. Specify options overrides directly on the command line with the D switch. Okay. Okay. Doesn't really. I don't see anything. I don't see anything that says that I'm going to get something different than what I already have. Like there's common build options here, but then I don't see. I don't see anything specific to whip support. So let me see here. File OBS Studio Ubuntu whip support. What is this? OBS Studio issues. This issue was closed. The dependency which is in alpha. Okay, wait a minute. The dependency which is in alpha required to enable whip is not available on Ubuntu 22.04, so the package is built without it. Ubuntu Debian currently doesn't offer a package for lib data channel. Therefore, it isn't possible to build OBS Studio on the PPA with whip support for now. If you need whip support, may I suggest our Flatpak for now? Okay. Problem is not really that the library isn't available in 22.04's after repositories, but more so that the library is Mozilla Public License 2. If the library was also GPL v2 like OBS Studio, then OBS Studio could statically build it into the project without an issue. Since it's MPL2, they cannot legally do that, and it can only dynamically link to that library. Now, why don't they package lib data channel into the deb as a separate library and dynamically link it? I do not know. That is what is done for Flatpak. It can be done for deb as well. Drama. I'm gonna take this to. Just makes reasons user and anyone look up why it is missing. Wow, I love how this guy's like giving him a warning about it, but this is like, this is cordial. You know, it's like, I mean, yeah, you know, a little snippy, but like, not warning snippy. Yeah, people need to like chill the hell out a little bit. Every bug report is not an affront to your what you're doing. So even if I were to compile it, it needs lib data channel. Which, if I look at the build instructions, do they actually put it here? Lib Python X composite. They don't even have it listed. Wait, Qt6 dependencies, plugin dependencies. See, they don't even bring down lib data channel in their dependencies either. For building. So I mean that's kind of, and they do bring in Wayland. But yeah, they don't bring in. They don't bring the dependency in themselves. So, I mean, that user was really, I mean, he's spot on saying like, look, you don't even mention that this dependency is needed, even in your build instructions. And this is for a Debian-based system, so like, if Ubuntu is the only one affected by it, why isn't it in the build instructions here for Debian-based systems? There's more than just Ubuntu who's Debian-based. Like, you know, that is kind of crappy thing that they've done. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're trying to hide the facts from people. It's like, because if the fact is just you can't bring it in your, you know, like, what's to stop me from downloading it and compiling lib data channel myself and just including it? Like, what, you know, like, what the hell, man? And then boom, I've got whip support. Like, jeez Louise. Do they have it in their like Red Hat one here? WebSocket, unless it's brought in, unless it's a transitive dependency to one of these other things, which could very well be the case. I don't see anything there though. Fedora? No, let's, well, OpenSUSE. What do you need? Impulse, Zenorama, Jensen. Yeah, I don't see anything there either. me see something. 2204 lib data channel. Which ironically is the WebRTC network library. Actually, I wonder if there's a Java binding for this. I just use that. WebRTC stack. So there's a little public license. Maybe I'm not understanding why the Mozilla public license is incompatible with the GPL. Because honestly, it's less restrictive than the GPL, if I remember correctly. But maybe they've put something in here to liability litigation, new versions. Notices, distribution of source form must be under the terms of this license. Must inform recipients the source covered in executable form. If you distribute covered software in executable form, then such covered software must also be made available in source code form. Okay. You may distribute such executable form under the terms of this license or sublicense it under different terms, provided the license for the executable form does not attempt to limit or alter the recipient's rights in the source code form under this license. Which, maybe that's the incompatible thing, is that the GPL is... But the GPL, I mean, basically has the same section in it, so I don't understand why there would be a licensing problem. Given that OBS is open source and is under the GPL. Like, I don't get what their kerfuffle is. You know? I mean, I would imagine their kerfuffle is that Ubuntu doesn't have a lib data channel in their repository, which is fair, but like, as far as I know, there's nothing stopping them from redistributing the binary, right? I mean, especially if they haven't changed anything. Liability, miscellaneous. New versions. It doesn't say anything. Distribution of larger work under terms of your choice, provided that you also comply with requirements of this license for covered software. If the larger work is a combination of covered software with a work governed by one or more secondary licenses, and this covered software is not incompatible with secondary licenses. This license permits you to additionally distribute such covered software under the terms of such secondary licenses, so that the recipient of the larger work may, at their option, further distribute the covered software under the terms of either this license or such secondary licenses. So I see what's going on. So this is saying, I think, I mean, it's a lot of lawyer speak, but I think this is saying that if you do distribute the binary, then you have to then make your project be dual licensed. So you would have to release it under both the GPL and the MPL license. And then anyone using your project would be allowed to choose between which license they wanted to follow, which would be problematic if you're GPL, because the MPL is a lesser. The MPL does not require you to, as far as I remember, open source your code. It requires you to make the source code available if you modify the library covered under the MPL, just like the LGPL does, but it doesn't require you to make all of your other code that doesn't change that available to the public, whereas the GPL does. So if someone were allowed to take OBS Studio under the MPL, they could theoretically take all that source code and close source it and do their own thing. So I guess that's the incompatibility they're talking about. And I can kind of see that, but you know, that's one of those things, right? It's like, you know, when I was thinking about what license I should put Magenta Breeze under, I ended up just doing the MIT license, which is extremely permissive. Like someone could take, like I've been working on this code for months now, right? Well, 8 months according to this, right? So I could put all this work in, and then someone could literally take all this code and close source it and make their own thing, and maybe change a few things here and there just to prevent copyright problems, right? And I'm cool with that, but I could see the OBS guys not being cool with that, because it's not so much that the head developer's not cool with it, but because so many people have contributed to the project, it could be, you know, you've got a lot of different personalities at work, and a lot of people may not want their hard work becoming closed source when they have been writing open source stuff. So I can kind of see the thought process there, but at the same time, and also by making it GPL, they are theoretically making it harder for companies to make money off of it, but not really, because Stream Elements does it right now. Like Stream Elements is basically OBS, an older version of OBS that they've added stuff on top of. But I guess the thought process there is Stream Elements has to be open source because it's GPL. Well, they have to be at least, yeah, they have to be entirely open source so they have to open source all their plugins and stuff. Any plugins that they create over and above it. And I guess that's their real fear, is that someone will create a plugin or something, or some kind of closed source library, and keep that closed source, and it's some kind of game changer, and then suddenly they could turn around and, you know, if OBS were to, like, if say we'll take WebSockets for a sec, or not WebSockets. We'll take WebRTC for example. Say someone added a library, took a fork of OBS and added a closed source library to it that handled the WIP WebRTC stuff, and then OBS later on wrote their own version of it. Theoretically, the person that wrote the closed source version could turn around and say that it was they could make accusations that the code was stolen or whatever, and just make for a lot of noise and a lot of headaches. Ultimately, they'd lose, but it's not about winning or losing at that point. It's about drawing attention to yourself and doing all that stuff, and just making it's about who's going to spend the money in court, and when you've got an open source project that's not making any money, they're going to lose that prospect every freaking time. So that was the idea behind the GPL stuff, but I don't know. I've always looked at the GPL thing as being a crudgel that you're just hitting everybody over the head with, and it's a little bit unfortunate at times, because it was designed to make stuff more open and available to inspection and promote collaboration and all that stuff, but in reality, it ends up being its own worst enemy, because you have companies that won't touch it with a 20-foot pole, so they go and make their own implementations that are closed source or in different licenses, and they end up, being on the bleeding edge, the cutting edge. They end up, putting more resources, more time into something than the open source community has, and end up with a superior product in many cases. Now, eventually, enshittification happens and everything goes to hell in a handbasket, and that's more likely to happen with a closed source thing than an open source thing. But it's still, you've kind of cut your arm off to spite your face in some ways. And for me personally, I did the game engine that I'm working on. I did make that GPL, but that was kind of a knee-jerk thing. I made a GPL because I was like, I just want to make sure that, like, this is a learning thing for me, and I wanted to make sure the learning itself was always available. But honestly, I feel like, and I keep going back and forth in my head, like, should that really be GPL, or should I just make that MIT like I do everything else? And I've kind of thought about it like, maybe if that engine turns into something, if it actually becomes something more than just a plaything, I might end up changing that to like an MIT license and just being like, just use it. I don't care. If some game dev somewhere wants to make some money off of a Java game engine that I've written, then by all means, at that point, because I'm certainly not going to make any money off of it. Anyway, so that puts me in a, well, it's fine. I can still test this. I'll just have to test it without OBS. Like I can still run, although testing it with OBS is the point. Well, you know what? I take it back. I can still test it. It's just I'll have to test it. I'll have to use the OBS that's on my Windows machine, which honestly is probably the better test anyway, because that's where I'm going to be running it on Windows anyway. So I'll just have to run it from my Windows machine against the server here. The only hitch there is that the server right now, I think, is not accepting outside connections. So I might have to reconfigure Tomcat to accept like connections from the network. And I guess that's another overarching question, is like, since I'm running a server, I think production wise, when I release this, the server will be locked down, so it only takes local host connections. I think, unless I come up with a feature where it's just kind of necessary. Like, I have been thinking about, like, wouldn't it be good if you could control aspects of the server from your phone or something like that? Like, especially with the shared chat. Like, since I have the shared chat working, you can pop it out eventually. You'll be able to pop it out into its own window, or even use a dock in OBS. But for those who don't have two computers, or even two monitors for that matter, it might be nice if you could connect to it on your phone using your phone browser, web browser, and then just have your phone set up in such a way that you can see the chat from there. But I think if I do that, we'll have to see if I can do that in such a way that I give the user the ability to turn it on or off. I don't know if that's even going to be possible, because the configuration for that, well, it might be, because it'll be running. I'm running Jetty for that, not Tomcat, but Jetty for that one. And that Jetty is embedded, so there might be a way for me to like expose a way to do that when I fire up the Jetty server, and let the users decide that they want this available outside, so they can connect to it via their phone browser and stuff. And that also enables you then, like, to be able to like maybe update your stream title and stuff without having to, you can do it from your phone or something like that, which might be a little bit more accessible or easier, depending on your setup and all that stuff. But that's another thing. I mean, that's for much later that I have to debate. Because for my particular configuration, I'm going to have everything on. I have a separate streaming box, and I have everything just there, and so I don't need it to be any crazier than that, for my purposes. But that's where I'm at with that. So back to the problem at hand here, which is so I need to, where's the Here it is. So OBS wants to do a bearer token. So OBS Studio seems to only support a bearer token. Can you rewrite the above exchange as it would look using a bearer token? Two vulnerabilities detected? What? Oh, hard-coded credential. That's hilarious. Copilot gave me an example, and immediately it's like, oh yeah, there's two vulnerabilities here. I've hard-coded a username and a password. You know what? It identified it, and I'm happy that it identified it, but that's just hilarious. Yeah, so the bearer token is just an authorization header. I know it's just an authorization header, which is fine. I wasn't sure if that still meant that you have to pass the username and credential back. Let me see. Is username and credential required when using a bearer token? Oh. Given that, can you write the sample? Okay. Now there's only one vulnerability. Embedding credentials in source code. Okay. Funny. That's very funny. So yeah, okay, so that makes more sense. So you don't need the username and the credential if you're using a bearer token. So that's fine. That's great. And I'm guessing I can just generate like a UUID as the bearer token, I'm guessing. Because I don't think it has to, like, again, we're going against your local machine, so it's like, how secure does it have to actually be? You're not, the server itself is not going to be, even if I were to allow the server to take outside connections from local hosts, I would still have to restrict it to only allow the Class A domain, like the Class A domains that are or the domains that are local to your machine. So like the 10.0 Class A, the 172.68 Class B, and then the 192.168 Class B, right? All those are 172.68 or 172. I think it's all of 172. I think 172 is the Class A. So it's all of 172, all of 10.0, all of 192, 168. Those are all considered internal IP addresses. No one outside is allowed, no server outside is allowed to have those IP address ranges. They're reserved. So you can restrict it to only allow connections from there. So someone would have to compromise another computer on your network to gain access to it. And at that point, they've got access to your network, so all bets are off then. You know, at that point, having them stream something crazy to your Twitch account is the least of your concerns. So okay. Okay, so this makes more sense. So you have an endpoint, a start, and so you have a post endpoint. So basically you have a live endpoint. And then it says switch over to this other endpoint. I'm wondering one thing though. Necessary ICE server details for establishing RTP connection. Okay. So if the ICE server is ultimately, is the ICE server endpoint ultimately what is receiving the RTP stream data, or is it the stream endpoint? The ICE servers are used for network traversal and establishing the connection, but the actual media stream is sent to stream endpoint. Okay, so is it necessary to have an ICE endpoint? An ICE endpoint, or can the client simply send to the stream endpoint? Okay. This helps in discovering the best path to connect peers. So what does the so what would the server acknowledgement look like if given that the ICE servers will be local hosts. Sure, okay. So, I mean, it's not really what I wanted to ask, but, um, so given the above server response, what would my spring controller look like that would, given the above client server exchange, what would my controller, my spring controller code look like? With controller, authorization, string authorization, okay. Stream request, request body, that's fine. Validate the bearer token, okay. So, wait, new ICE server. Oh, there's a class called ICE server. Oh, okay. Sure. Set ICE servers. Return response entity. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. 200. Okay. Validate the bearer token. Sure. And then it's just got the class for the request and the class for the response and the ICE server. The appropriate getters and setters. That's fine. So those are just POJOs, which I was expecting. Start stream. What do they? I mean, it talks about stream request here, but it doesn't actually. It's just doing stream request, get stream. Get ID. You're not. It's not processing the JSON coming in, but okay. It seems to have forgotten that you need to actually process the body of the request coming in. But sure. I mean, that's easy enough to do. And then I also have to, you know, transform the response into a JSON output. So it kind of glossed over both of those things, which are actually very important. Which, that's fine. But what it doesn't show is the ICE server implementation. It also doesn't show Please rewrite the above to include the necessary code to handle the ice connection.
Damn good coffee.
The ice, the ice local host connections, assuming they happen on port 80. Those connections to have a controller handle the host connections and to accept the stream endpoint URL, assuming it too is pointing to localhost. Yeah, it didn't really understand what I was asking for. Please add to the example code to handle the example methods to handle the stream endpoint and the ice connection. Okay. Handle ice connection. It just put a /ice. All right. Sure. Stream endpoint requests. Actual streaming data. Hey, Bacon. Welcome in. Welcome on in. Valid bearer token. So, handle stream endpoint. Stream endpoint. I don't know why it's doing stream endpoint request. Stream ID and data. Um, please expand the handle ice, oops, connection and handle stream endpoint methods. Let's see what it comes up with. This is a placeholder for actual stream processing logic. In a real application, you would handle RTP packets and media processing. That's what I'm asking you to do. Give me an example of handling that. Okay. Typically handle incoming ICE candidates from the client. Okay. Store or process the ICE candidates here. You give me an example of handling ICE candidates in using Spring. Okay, post endpoint that receives ICE candidates from a client. DTO represents the structure incoming ICE connection. Details are logged. Okay. So it's a candidate. SDB. References from 2 repositories. What repositories did you use? Orderly and Java for Linux. Okay. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can see what it actually sends me. In fact, I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do is basically do an exchange and let it just print out to the log what data comes in, and then I can see for real what a real connection looks like. The trick is, can I... Where am I at? Over here. Localhost 6443. What am I think it's... let me just see real fast. I'm gonna hide the screen for just a second. IF config. Okay. Copy that. All right, so let's bring that back up again. I have to see if this works. So I'm just going to come over to my other computer here real fast. That's 6443. And then I need to actually be running the server. Let's get back over here. Start that up. And how are we doing? Okay, that's running. So if I come over to my other computer here, can I access this via the IP? It's not looking like it. Okay. Which is kind of what I figured, because it's usually configured to not allow that. Make sure I have the right, yeah, connection timed out. Yeah, it's definitely not listening there. What's the servers? Tomcat server, server XML. Host. I wonder. Well, Tomcat. Connection. Local net. Only. Modified Tomcat configuration file and specify the IP address range of your local network within the address attribute of the connector element. Address attribute of the connector element. Right, I guess it defaults when you don't specify it. So, find a connector element within server XML file to find support. For local network only, set the address to your local network subnet IP address. Okay, so it's just a property on there. Address 192.168.10 actually is the what I need. All right, so we'll say 192.168.1.0, and I will restart this. That started up. Let's see. This is still available here. I guess because localhost is technically not in that IP range, right? I'm assuming I can specify multiple IP ranges, but let's just check it over here first. I'm probably actually get back here. Oh, it didn't start. Interesting. Let's try 0, 0. That I feel like that's not correct. Localhost access and local network. Well, that has it on the valve. That was 10 years ago. Let's see. That's a remote address filter. I mean, that might still be correct, but that's Tomcat 8. Tomcat 11. Documentation, Tomcat 11. What would it be under? I mean, realms and access control, you would think, but I don't think that. Let's try host manager. No, that's the application. I don't want that. Let's see here. Also, I'm blocking the chat as well, so I can't see if anything's going on there. Let's see. There we go. Reference configuration. That's what I want. Okay. So we're on host. Maybe not engine. No, I think it's host. Oh, crap. What is it? What is it under? Service connector. So it's under service. Why can't I find stuff here? We couldn't make it any more difficult to find what you're looking for. Channel, loader, listener. Oh, here it is, service. server. Why must it be a pain in my butt? One or more connector elements. So about exactly one engine element. Alright, so why don't they have right out loud? It's just easier sometimes to just over here and just be like brand new here. How do I configure Tomcat's server.xml to only allow connections from localhost and 192.168 where's it at? Where's it at? I don't. You need to set the address attribute of the connector. Oh, here it is. Redirect to 80. It's got two connectors there, which is on different ports, which is not what I'm looking for. Can you combine those two connectors to the 4443 ports? That's what I thought. It just takes a comma separated list. I mean, I thought that was the case, but you know. It's assuming it works. Let's see, 127.0.0.1. Now let's see what happens here. be able to get to it from here now. Okay, so it's working again from localhost. So now, go from here. Still not working from over there. Which is interesting. The local host is working. 168. I might have to do. Let's try this. That might have to be. That might have to be the thing. Oh, wait. I'm being an idiot. Is that the... What is the IP config? Yeah, I'm not sure. That's right, because I have two connections there, so it might be either one of those. So let's try. Come on. Just put both of them on there, I guess. I have two subnets, so don't ask. It's just something I did a long time ago, and I've just kept it all this time. Yeah, it's still not working. Weird. Very weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, address directly applies to which IP the server will be listening to, not which IPs can connect to it. Yeah, that's what I figured. IP, no. Yeah, see, they're saying remote address valve. So if I go valve, remote address valve, regex pattern, remote client's IP address is compared to remote address must match first request to be accepted. Okay. So now to allow unrestricted access for the clients connecting from local host, but for all other clients, only the port 8443. Alright, so regex it is, I guess. They've got both. Got both IPv4 and IPv6, which I don't really want to translate that to IPv6, but I guess I'm going to have to. So the API address obtained from Java socket. This format will be instead of the more widely used : 1. Fun. Okay. So this one works for localhost. So let's get rid of this address here. I figured this was actually just telling it what addresses to bind to, which is not what I'm actually asking for. So put this valve here. That's 127. And we'll do 192, 168. D. Why do they have a backslash? I guess it's okay. Backslash D plus backslash period 192, 168, and then backslash D plus. And then I have no idea what the equivalent in IPv6 for that is. IPv6 192 168 class B. Sorry. I'm sorry, class C. I always get that wrong. Convert IPv4 192 168 class C to IPv6. Spans to this. Great. That works for me. Hopefully that's the entire class. Class C, I don't know. I'm trusting the Google AI, which I probably shouldn't be trusting, but there we go. That is the spot that we are in. Start the server. Okay, let's make sure I can still connect over here. I can indeed. All right. And reload over here. The answer is no. To 168. Any number. Foot dot and then any number. Or yeah, it's not. It's not working. Well, engine localhost. All host of hosts, yeah. Oof. IPv6, 192, 168, equivalents. local address and all addresses matching FC00 :/7. Starting with SC or FD. You don't mention FD here. The frick, man. What the frick? But you give a more precise answer. Unique local addresses can be used for private network. FD. So wait a second. 48. So 40 bits. So as long as it starts with FD. Let's try this. Let's just see how this works. So I would do, yeah, this is not even, that's what I get for trusting Google AI. That's not even remotely close. I do FD D plus. And then there's the equivalent shortened form, which looks like FD this. Or is it this one /8? Probably /8. So I think that's close enough. So I do this. Yeah, it'll probably work. Whatever. Whatever. Let's do that. I wonder if I have to escape that forward slash. We'll find out in a second here. That's still not working over there. It's sometimes it's the stupidest things that just trip me up, and it's just hilarious. This is working though. Still not allowing it in the other side, which is just it is what it is. It's just freaking hilarious. I wonder if I'm missing a piece. I'm missing the port. That's what's going on. Because they have a semicolon and then the port there, which I didn't even notice. They don't actually have it here, do they? That's weird. Wait a minute. They didn't have it in their initial example? Interesting. They have it here, not on that one. I guess because they're restricting port. I mean, I could just let it through, I guess. Right now. Yeah, screw it. Screw it. Let's just do... Oh, you know what? Real fast. Do that, and then you know what, let's make one change here. Then I can look at the, because it looks like if you don't specify an address, it just lets you do any address, which is kind of what I want. Or if you don't specify port, I mean, it lets you do any ports. No. All right, let's just let's just go balls to the wall here. How did I do it? There we go. Alright, make sure this is still working. I think it is. Access to localhost was denied. Oh, do the port, you have to say add connector port equals true. Okay. Okay. Watch me figure out that I'm using the wrong IP address anyway. I might be. I might be connected to the wrong IP address this whole time anyway. And that's what the whole problem was. So that's allowing. Let me just check this again. ifconfig. Oh. Yeah, I looked at the wrong interface. I looked at the totally wrong. Because I was looking at, like, I don't remember putting things on that particular IP address range. Okay, so this whole time it could have been working. And I'm just being a goober. Is that the right one? Did I pick the right one? Damn it. No, I didn't. I was off by one. Oh. Okay, it's working now. Oh, I am dumb. I am dumb. So this other way I had it probably actually was working. I do this, so it's a little bit more, slightly more secure. Fire this up, and over here, that's still working. And then over yonder here, it's still working over there now. Okay. It helps to go to the right IP address. Turns out all the configuration in the world's not going to solve going to the wrong place. Anyway, now that I've done that, now I know I can connect to this computer from OBS on my Windows box just to get around all this other crazy nonsense. The things we do to test things. Good googly moogly, friends. Good googly moogly. I haven't even written any code yet. We're freaking 3.5 hours into the stream. I have not written a single goddamn line of code. This is why, to get back onto my soapbox for a moment. This is why I always laugh when you see these threads on social media about, they some survey happens and they're like, the average software developer writes 2 lines of code a day. It's like, why are they getting paid all this money if they're only writing 2 lines of code a day? Isn't that their whole job? It's like, that's not how that works. Because the answer to that is no, that's not their whole job. Believe it or not. The whole job of a software engineer is not to just write code. Because sometimes the job is to write correct code. The whole right tool for the right job. Write the right code for the right job. And make sure it's correct and as bug-free as you can make it. And all those things. So a lot of that requires, research and getting things configured. Like I've just spent the whole freaking 3 hours trying to get this freaking thing configured. I've been doing research. I've been learning about things that I've never done before because I have requirements that I've given myself to do this. And this is my job. Like this you're seeing a slice of like a typical freaking day right now, which is pretty funny because this is what, the 73rd stream of me writing code for this bot, with each stream averaging 3.5 to 4 hours, right? And this is the first time you're seeing a typical average day where it's like no code's actually getting written, but there's a whole lot of like thought process going on. There's a whole lot of planning. There's a whole lot of research. There's a whole lot of effing with freaking configuration files so you can test the thing that you're writing. Like it's taken this long to get to a point. Like up to this point, I've written more code than you would normally see in a day's worth of work in a typical day's worth of work. right? In these extremely shortened, like 4-hour periods. Like there's more code going on in there than there would be in any normal operating day. So the whole idea that you're just like, oh, you're just writing code all day is like, nope. No, that's not how that works. I mean, it's like going to a musician and saying like, well, all you're doing is plucking strings all day. It's like, no, they're probably, you know, they're probably actually writing music and, you know, learning music and practicing and all these other things. Like there's more to it than just you sit down all day and just strum on a guitar or whatever, you know. I mean, even in like art, right? Like uh, granted, I don't know that much about art, but I imagine you usually start out with like some kind of rough sketch, right? Like you just sit there with a pencil and you just kind of sketch out something before any paint hits the canvas, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure there's people who are talented enough that they can put paint directly on canvas and not have a sketch, but like, I don't know how prevalent that is or whether that's even recommended. Who knows? But, you know, like there's some kind of, you're not just painting all day, and you're not just strumming guitar chords all day, and you're not just writing code all day. Like that's not how creatives work. It's just weird. It's just such a weird thing. Like, tell me you've never worked as a software developer without telling me you've never worked as a software developer. Right? It's one of those things. It's meme worthy. Anyway, that's on my soapbox here. Okay, so I've got it so that I can now at least connect to this. Which, the good thing about that is I can now, like, I can accept, as I was saying, I can now log the things coming in, and I can see what OBS is going to send me. So real fast here, I do have to give it a bearer token, but I think, I mean, the bearer token can be anything. I can give, the bearer token can be the word test. I'll just give it the word test, and then we can do it that way. Because it doesn't, right now I'm just doing a test. So let's go to front end, and we'll do new package. And we'll call this, what the hell do I want to call it? I guess I'll just call it what it is, and we'll just call it we'll call it WebRTC instead of WIP. Okay. And then we'll say new class, and we'll say WebRTC controller, which I might want to rename later, but we'll go with that for right now. And we'll extend base front end controller just for the sake of argument. Okay, and I'll do private static final logger equals logger factory get logger for WebRTC controller class. Boom. We want this to be a controller. Whoops, not a container. Controller. There we go. And we want it to be at request mapping. WebRTC, I guess. Sure. Make that the request mapping. Let's do public. What is it? Response. What is the name of that? I always forget the name of that thing. Response something. Response entity. That's what it is. Response entity. I'm supposed to respond with JSON, right? So we'll just do string. Accept string. Servlet requests. I don't need the request. I need the, I really just need the request body. Yeah. So we'll just say, at requests body, string body, or string request, I guess. And at post mapping, say live /live there. And then we'll do basically just logger.info, and we'll say live requests. Just put request in there, and then return response entity. Oh, I gotta do new. Return new response entity. I'll just return an empty string for right now, and HTTP status code, or HTTP. I guess HTTP status code dot, no, HTTP, it's something, it's, screw you, HTTP status dot, I'll just return internal server error for now, so that OBS gives up immediately. Cool. Cool. So we got that. Let's stop the server for a second, because I'm going to need to rebuild. Okay. So WebRTC. Oh, I do need the header. Is there... What do they do for the headers here? Actually call, oh, I didn't know you could do this, but I guess there is a request header annotation. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let's see if that's actually a thing, or if it just dreams something up that doesn't exist. At requests header. Hey, it is. How about that? A request header. All right. So what is it? HTTP headers. framework, probably this one. Accept. Is that the one I want? No, authorization. Authorization. Okay. I'll log that too. Why not? Off this. And we'll just do that. Okay. Projects. Clean build. Clean deploy. Clean work directory. Start. Okay. So I should be able to, just even in the browser, go there. So I go to /web RTC live. Oh, it wants a post mapping. Okay, but it's there. Yeah, I was doing a get mapping. That's right. That's fine. So the endpoint's there. Okay. So now, if I can switch over the monitor here. Good. Okay. And if I do just put test as the bearer token. Do HVS to 168, 142, 443. Oh, you know what? I can show what I'm doing right here. Web, RTC, and live. So I can apply that. Oh, there's desktop audio. Let's. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to do anything. So if I say, let me just make sure. Make sure I don't accidentally stream. Okay, so yeah, let's do start streaming. Failed to connect to server. Okay, good. So then come back to this one. And come on, monitor. I don't know why the monitor takes so long to switch sources here, but it literally takes several seconds. Okay. So over here. So now if I do, oh, this is the wrong log folder. Push D. CD into. Oh no, I have it under something else. Crap, where are the logs at? I gotta remember now. Push D Development. Space. Metadata. Plugins. Clips. WST. Server core. Tip 0. Logs. Here it is. MD log. Trace warn trace. What happened here? That was something else. Doc chat. Where's chat? Result. What's going on here? Did something happen down in here? No. I don't even see it. I don't even see it hitting the controller. Why is that? Let me put a I mean, it doesn't get any more straightforward than that, but was it a post mapping? I think it was. Yeah, it has those post mappings. What did I do? What did I do weirdly here? I did something, obviously. Obviously, I did something weird. Before I start looking at the code, let me just make sure. I got the right stuff here. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what's going on. I bet it has everything to do with freaking HTTPS. Because it had the same problem. Because OBS rejects it if it's a secure connection and the certificate is not legitimate, which in this case it's not. OBS just rejects it because I was having that problem with the web, the browser source stuff too. I can manually add it as a trusted thing here just for our testing purposes. Let me see if I can figure out. Windows add SSL trusted local server. Windows 10 add SSL search. See. Okay. Trusted root certification authorities. Alright, and import the certificate file. Okay. I have to grab that file. I need to get that over to the thing here. Oops, the wrong buttons. Come on, monitor. Jeez Louise. There we go. So I believe where is that at? Oh, I moved them up here, right? Didn't I? Oh, I moved the key store up there. I think I've put this somewhere else though on here. Oh well, I need the one that I generated for Tomcat anyway. So that's the one that's going to be sending out. I think I have that path here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I think I just need the root one. So I have to put that somewhere where I can get it on the other machine here. All right, 1 second while I do this, while I copy this over. If I can. Okay, I've done that. And bring this back up at least. I gotta swap over. I gotta swap on over here and see if I can grab that. Wait, did I remove? I don't think I did. No, I definitely didn't. But where? Here it is. Let's get that off of there. It takes its good old time here. Let's go get that. We'll put that somewhere safe. Yes. And I want to certificates and do I do? Oh. 1 second. Working on it. Working on it. Oh, is that actually gonna? Well, it might. It might. It might or it might not, because it's a local host thing. So I don't know if that's actually going to work properly or not. But let's see here. Is this server running still? I think it is. Okay. I mean, it took a minute there. Let's see if that was the minute I needed. Just to get the console. Log here. Come on. Just sitting here with a blank monitor waiting for it to catch up. Oh crap. It was stopped. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. This thing again. Alright, come on. It's a little bit faster going from HDMI to the DisplayPort, but okay, failed to connect the server. It's not what I want. Yep. There we go. Come on. Come on. You can do it, monitor. I know you can do it. This is the new monitor, too. It takes this long just to switch over to HDMI. Okay. So did I get a log message for doing what I did? Doesn't look like it's even tempting. Which makes sense if that's blocking it from that other thing. I gotta figure out why this is. What is going on with this resources DB? Like, how many times do I have to fix this freaking thing? It already exists. Like, how many goddamn times do I have to fix this thing before it's truly fixed? But yeah, it looks like it's not. It looks like OBS is gonna be a pain in the butt with it. But I have secure turned on. I mean, I could turn it off temporarily, I guess. Just to allow this testing to happen. Actually, don't I have it? Do I have it turned off for testing purposes, or do I have it locked down? Let's see. 6443. If I do just HTTP. I thought, okay. So I could just turn that on and just put it on a different port. Zell enabled true 6443. If I just 84. If I just turn SSL enabled off for a second. I mean, just for the purposes of testing this, I mean, that'll confirm my suspicions at least. But really, we're just trying to test some things here. And ultimately, I mean, I'm going to have to deal with the SSL thing, but in the use case I have in my mind, it's going to be running against your local host anyway, so that's already solved a solved problem. It's just I'm having to do it weirdly here because I can't get OBS on Linux to work the way I want it to. What is happening here? No, a character found in method name. HTTP method names must be what? What the hell method name are they talking about? Where's this coming from? What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. What happened there? But okay, so I'm now insecure. I don't know what that's weird. I don't know what method name it's complaining about, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's just get a test going. If I can. All right, so we'll try this again. Be able to connect the server. All right. So do I have a log here for this? Why is this? It's not. It doesn't look like it's getting hit. What am I missing here? Home controller. Messages. What is going on here? Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see it getting hit at all. Where was this? What was the time on this? 0002? Wait, is this? Wait, where am I at? There we go. 1214. 005812. So this is the latest, but it's not. Do I have the access log here? Less localhost access log. What the hell are all of those hits? Just sending numbers? What the hell numbers is it sending? Okay, there's a get. Oh, it's doing a. No, that was the get that I did from local hosts. Okay. Why is it throwing numbers at the end here? Am I just losing my mind here? Like that's coming from. What is that? Let me just see for a second here. Under 148. Why is that coming from this machine? Oh, it was probably because I was on the home page and and I have the chat running on the home page. That's probably what it is. Like, why is that? Why am I getting like random numbers? That's what's got to be. It's looking for the WebSocket, and because I turned SSL off, it doesn't know what to do with it. I'll bet. Okay. Because 148 is not the machine I'm expecting to see a connection come from. And again, I'm not seeing my other machine connect. So this is running, right? Yeah, so I see the two gets there. So switch this back over. So I hide this, and then make sure I have this right. Oh, you know what? I still have this going HTTPS. Let's do that. HTTP. Okay, there. Start streaming. Could not access the specified channel or stream key. Okay. Okay. That's a better response than what I was getting. So. Damn you. Turn the monitor off. Too damn many buttons that do things I don't need them to do. All right. So that's a good sign, hopefully, that it tried to connect. Yeah, there we go. WebRTC live from the correct IP address. 500 system error, which is what I was sending back. Okay. Now we're doing something, finally. So it was, because it was secure, it doesn't like it. So what did it do? So we got a post to WebRTC live. Okay. And here we go. Arguments. Bear was test, right? That's correct. Because I just gave a test, and then the. Oh, but that's not my logging statement. Where's my logging statement? Here it is. Off bearer test. Live request was this. Or well, this. So that's what it posted in the body. Which is nothing resembling what the Copilot said it should be getting. And this is why we test. But this looks like... This looks like a stun turn thing. Like it's sending me... Sending me data about itself. So it's not. Hmm. Oh, I wonder. I just noticed it's doing text plain, and I wonder if I have to say. Give me JSON in there. Save value equals that, and then it won't let me do anything else, huh? Let's do it up here then. see, application JSON and produces application JSON. I don't think it's going to matter, but I'm going to do that. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's see if I can try this again. Okay. So I got that. Just clicked on the start stream again. So I should be able to take a look at that. Okay, so it said we got a post to WebRTC Live, and it's trying to send application SDP, and that is now, because I said I only accept application JSON, it's sent it back a media type not supported. Okay. That gives me a clue here about other things. So, oops, that's all I want. Media type application SDP. Session description protocol. Okay. All right. So that gets us another thing here. Give me example code that. Give me an example controller method that properly handles application SDP input from a client. Okay. Here you would typically parse and handle the SDP offer or answer. Thanks. I appreciate the the pseudocode, but I was actually looking for something a little more concrete. Is there a Java library that handles an application SDP host body? Gene SIP library handling SDP and session initiation protocol contexts. Okay. From the WebRTC org WebRTC from the WebRTC project. That's not Java, right? Yes, show me an example using Gene SIP. Okay. Java X SIP. What the hell is that? Java X SIP. JSIP API. JSIP. Move from java.net. Okay. 1.2. What is this? 5 months ago? J2 SE JDK 1.5 or above. Okay. So it's Java X SIP 1.2. Okay. It's public domain. That works. That works for me. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's a thing. So, SDP offer or answer, such as establishing a WebRTC connection. Okay. And what did it give me? It offered something, right? See if I can find it here. What the heck is the thing from before? select everything out. Here it is. And only you see it's got like all kinds of stuff there, options and whatnot. Okay, interesting. Interesting. All right. So then process it. So if that's giving me a this whole format's wrong here. Give me an example of handling a WebRTC connection request in a Spring controller, including the processing of the initial SDP and shake. I will extract the teeth of this. Okay. There's the authorization. Yeah, sure. Sure. Is successfully parsed. The method processes it and returns a success response. Okay, so what is the next step in the WebRTC connection stream start process? Establish peer connection. Yes, please give me an example. Oh, set up a WebSocket client in JavaScript. What the okay. Nice candidate model. WebSocket handler. Process ICE candidates. WebSocket messages for ICE candidate exchange. Okay, create ICE candidate model. Okay. A WebSocket client to interact with the WebSocket endpoint. Well, that's just, I think that's just for testing. Okay. So, WebSocket. So just, so it, we're back to, yes, it does require WebSocket stuff. Which I asked this freaking thing hours ago. Does it require WebSocket stuff? No, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Which I figured it would. But, you know, it wouldn't be AI if we didn't go round and round and round and end up back where we started. Okay. Alright, that's fine. We can pick this up again next week when I can kind of look at some more stuff. I mean, now that I've got it kind of set up to where I can better see what's going on, I can now inspect the various things coming in. And now I know I've got a SDP request coming in that I have to process, which we can look at doing that. And then I assume I have to send something back to OBS that it's expecting. We'll have to figure out what exactly that is that I have to send back and what format I have to send it back in. That'll be a thing. That I'll have to extract tooth and nail from Copilot or something else along the way. And we'll have to change this to be a WebSocket thing. I'm pretty sure I have WebSockets set up in here somewhere. Did I not set up any WebSockets in here? I feel like I did. Well, chat is the chat view is technically WebSocket, but it's doing server side events, so it's not really WebSocket. It's not fully WebSocket. But I did do WebSocket on Hex for the chat there, so I can probably snag that stuff because it'll be by and large the same thing. I mean, really, it's just I have to set up the configuration for it, which, since I have another one that's very similar to what I need, it probably won't be that terrible. Yeah, because I'm thinking it's expecting. The reason I'm setting up a WebSocket is I'm thinking it's expecting two-way communications. So it's sending me something and then it's expecting a response back on that same channel, most likely. Maybe. I mean, maybe it's just posting constantly too. I don't know. I wonder if I can, let's see, does WebRTC require WebSockets? 'Cause I feel like if I can get away without establishing a WebSocket, it's probably better. See, this is saying that it uses UDP, which would make sense since it's peer-to-peer. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of just implementing the different steps that need to happen. I just gotta figure out what, because more than likely what it's doing is it's asking for what peer to connect to, and then I just give it localhost / whatever, and then it'll probably contact that endpoint with the initial greeting that, saying that asking it if it's ready to receive, and then that's probably when I send the request back to say, here, go connect to this thing, maybe. Although I don't know. Oh, something like that, probably. Or here's where to send your data. Yeah. It's probably something to that effect. But we can, now that we got it set up, I can just constantly, I could dump out to the log that what data is getting sent to us, and then I can kind of try and parse it from there. Let's see what's going on. But all right, yeah, we're gonna have to stop there though, because my mind is turned to jelly at this point. So we didn't get very far, but we have a little bit better understanding anyway, maybe, of what's involved here. And I've got to a point where I've got actual communication happening, even though it's not useful communication. So that's good. So, all right. I'm gonna call it there for tonight. Tomorrow afternoon, though, we're going to be back doing some more coding, but we're going to be doing game dev stuff, learning game dev stuff. So I'm learning a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be. Oops, what the hell? There's a lot of stuff that needs to be learned right now, I would say. So that's where I'm at with that. And yeah, what do we got? What do we got going on here? Okay, good. I think we're done. We're done for the night. Anyway, that will do it for me, my friends, right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Same old story. Boy finds girl, boy loses girl, girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl, boy remembers girl. And girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
Good year.
No, the worst.